snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And Mo is on time. Valhalla isn't.
Well, I do have a little so this t-shirt no longer fits, but I did tell Mr. Mo I get to keep it because it has a message for Brennan.
Yes.
Now, this used to be in my boobular region.
So your boobs grew up?
No, they just got smaller.
Oh.
Like this used to fit. So
Oh, not bad.
But I was like, I can't get rid of this t-shirt because it has a hippopotamus on it, only it's spelled the way I would spell it.
It's spelled the way us dyslexic people spell it. It has no other meaning. Mo, did you digest yesterday?
Yes, I had to bribe my brain to deal with more computer magic. So Mike and Ike's, because my brain was like, you realize he has cross. And I was like, no, I will not go. I will not go. You can't make me. So I was like, will you do it for some Mike and Ike's? And I was like, yes, if I can wear my bananas earrings. So I have my bananas earrings and Mike and Ike's.
I was looking for something else, and then I kind of fell into it again. And I have now watched him twice. The first time,
God bless
not
you.
as bad as the second time, in my opinion. Because yesterday there was a whole lot of, I to my best of my ability, it could be. And again, I went in and looked at his topographical map. It makes no sense what he said. Then I went on Twitter, never go there, Simba. Where the sun don't shine, never go there. And people were putting up pictures.
Can't wait to be king.
And then people were showing that place where they claim that was so steep, and it's as flat as the bum on a Jen McCabe.
Well, I guess when I was thinking about it this morning, because I like to go over my notes. So have there been, I guess, papers written about, battery life in cold? Have cell phones been tested for that? Have all of these data points that he's using, have there been scientific, evaluations? Or are we just supposed to take his word for it, bro? Because
That's another thing, and I hope Alessi today will. I need Alessi today to, and that's why I think it's better it's him than Alan Jackson, because he seems to know his tech stuff. Because I need him to go in and say, "Can you show me this data point? Can you show me that data point? Can you show me this data point?" Because I went back to Canada and threw my phone outside, and it kind of maybe did something. Where do you? Of course, you would have a rapid cooling if your phone goes out in the open. That's kind of like when you chuck something in the freezer. You can put it on speed freeze because it'll freeze it faster. But when does it just progressively stop and almost flatlines for 6 hours when the body on top of it would have been getting colder if it's been there all 6 hours with wind blowing, with snow falling, plus on a wet ground, wet distributes heat faster than dry. Why would it just dip for 90 minutes and then say, "Nah, it'll be it's nice and cozy here right now"?
well,
It's
and
one of those things.
that's what I don't get. I mean, have they done controlled tests of phones in that particular ambient temperature? Have
Yeah,
they shown how temperature affects battery life? You know, where are we getting this from other than, bro, the phone told me when I plugged it in?
yeah, because
Well,
that's
yeah.
what Jess is saying. It's the phone data. Yeah, but the phone data just says this is the state of the battery. And I went back and looked. There was it 52,000 times that the phone was looking to see if the camera was blocked to unlock it. I think it was 52,000 times. That means this phone has been receiving calls, receiving text, have something reach out to it and say, "Hey, I want to connect to you. Maybe you should pick up the phone." If it does that, anything a phone does has a little bit of electric charge to it. So wouldn't that do? And it doesn't have to be 45 degrees. It raises the temperature, but you would have a temperature scale that would be constantly running like this, because if the goes off, you also have a motor producing heat inside of the phone case. It's
Yeah.
nothing.
Well, and wouldn't you get that little notification that you have like 170 missed calls,
No, it's not.
every
It's not 170 missed calls. It would be every time, because you could see it every time the phone rings. It'll instantly try looking for, "Hey, am I in a pocket? Am I to figure out what's the environment? Should I be looking for a face?" So it'll just keep doing that check. So when he gets a message, when he gets a phone call, if he gets an iMessage, it'll just send out maybe 200 or 500 every time. But every little time it has I have an incoming thing. I'm thinking I need to open. Is there anything out there? So this is what the phone does. And that should have produced some kind of heat.
Something, right? There should have been some kind of battery power happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll test Baker's balloon nut for elasticity. Open the Find My app mode and yell pineapple juice at 3.3 feet dilated. Thank you, Brendan. Wet distributors heat faster than dry. Oh my. That's why you always wanted to be a little moist o'clock. And Tracy, thank you for becoming a member. I don't know.
Giggity.
A little bit of giggity. Just use the Apple battery health chart. Yeah, but if you're going into this and want to use it as evidence, you can't just, because that'll just give you, this is, here's a big spike in the drain and here's a little drain. What they're saying is you can measure the battery temperature, but every time the phone does an action, the phone's temperature would go up and the battery life would go down.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I just don't get why it's almost flatlined.
what ideally you would do is put two of the same model iPhones in a similar condition, one covered with a
side of beef.
Something in relation to a body, with the warmth and everything, because just going by the Apple Health data doesn't explain how, the battery precipitously drop at a certain percentage because it no longer has, enough stuff. I mean, does the cold affect it? How does the cold affect it? How long did I in cold for the phone? I mean, these are all things that you would test if you were actually a scientist. What is this man's degree? Is he a salesologist? Like,
his degree is he's a police officer, and he took a 3-week online course. I went back. He doesn't have a doctorate. He has nothing. He has no technical background.
He's a intel guy. He's
MI5.
He works
MI6.
he works for an intelligence agency of some sort. Guaranteed.
Damn it, Valhalla. I was hoping that our lizard overlords were smart. It's the only thing that's keeping me going.
They don't have to be smart, Mo. They just have to be smart enough to confuse normal people.
They have to be smarter than you.
Yes, that's his whole goal.
To be fair, they just start talking about cell phones and I roll up into a ball. So they have found my weakness.
And AJ, I can't teach you to be a good girl because you hang out with Gabby, and Gabby, I'm just saying this because Jamie told me Gabby is the devil. Jesus. Yeah, they need an Apple expert for real. They don't need a guy who, and again, how could he testify how Waze and Apple and GPS works? He has no technical knowledge about any of the, and I know why the defense didn't say, hey, we need a what ear of this clown, because they will try and rip him a shred. But I just think it's a dangerous thing to do when you have a very biased judge, to try and rip him a shred as red, because we saw yesterday she really wanted to hit the defense, but then when he went on his fishing expedition, it was kind of like no, enough of that now.
Yeah, I think when he started mentioning the DOJ every other sentence, I think she was getting a little nervous about it. I don't think she wants anything to do with that door being opened.
No, because if he goes into that, well, they'll understand it opens a whole can of worms where all of a sudden the defense is allowed to talk about, well, we didn't know ACA. The Department of Justice did, and they looked into all of these people. They were really interested in Brian McCabe or Brian Higgins or whoever it is.
And Dr. Wolf testified that they were watching the first trial closely, right? They were informing him of all the updates and evidence on the last trial with the new expert or whatever. So they're clearly still interested, shall we say, in the activities in Canton.
Yeah. My brother-in-law is a detective doing cell phone stuff for a police agency, degree in business and a few certifications that took him a few weeks. This is exactly the same this guy have. He has a 3-week course, and he is a forensic pathologist of phones. Digital forensic examiner, whatever the title is. But his entire educational background is, I took 3 weeks of course with Cellbrite, and now he just works with Cellbrite to tell the eggheads what the stupid people don't understand. That's his entire job, is to go around on sales conventions and tell them, hey, Cellbrite's really good. By the way, don't look at my trial testimony where I say it's really bad. But if you have any problems or you need something in the app you can press to tell you how long to die in the cold, call me and I'll call the developers, because I don't know anything. And the way they played sleight of hand yesterday, do you code? Not officially, so you don't code. You don't unofficially code in Cellbrite's product, because Cellbrite is a forensic tool police use, so they are bound by going back and say, well, that was Johnny who wrote that piece of the program. Oh, that fucked up 45 cases. Johnny's out.
Well, I can call myself a domestic coordinator consultant on my, W-2. Doesn't mean that I am not, or I call this a semi-profitable hobby, doesn't mean that I'm an influencer. These made up titles are ridiculous. Uh, I am shocked. I will be interested to see how Alessi is able to, get all of this information out and hopefully make it clear, make it
Yeah.
understandable. And thank you, Photo Lady, so much.
Has to be some way to protect the user privacy, their IP, and have someone who knows what these outputs are, so we aren't guessing how a phone works in a murder trial. The big problem is I am no smarter today than I was yesterday, because he was talking about so many things, and if you can go in here and you can see this tablet and see this says Jen McCabe, and you can then see this and delete it, maybe, that he testified that it has been deleted, but most likely not by Jen McCabe.
Most likely. I can't really tell you how, but it probably wasn't the person that had access to the phone.
He did more testing on whether going up a hill would count as stairs. He's like, I just couldn't figure it out.
Which I'm still shook by, if you will. He explains that you have to go up 3 meters in elevation in 16 steps.
Yeah.
And then proceeds to describe all the places on the road where they counted as moving up and down steps that are way longer than 16 steps, right? Like his explanation of how the phone picks up the flights of stairs has nothing to do with where he described where the phone picked up stairs.
And again, I looked at the topographical map. It's not the places where it has the biggest elevations and dev elevations. It's just a random in the middle of the street. I'll claim it's 3 stairs here. To me, that just shows the phone was off. There was they must have arrived earlier than the phone says. But all of that is really nice for all of us because we have this encyclopedia of the case in our brain. The poor smucks who are sitting in the courtroom ain't got nothing like that because they're just sitting there thinking, hopefully something will happen. I don't know why they're talking all the time.
I remember distinctly when I joined maybe a week and a half into the trial, I was
so much. That is where a great part.
I was always confused. I was like, are we going to get to the dead guy yet? And who is this Jen McCabe? And who are the Alberts? And why does it matter? Are we going to talk more about their cell phones? Because when does the guy get runned over?
Yeah. And Karen's phone wouldn't be going up and downstairs because she wasn't manipulating. Remember, you have to send text from getting it to measure the up and down motion.
Which I don't understand how that could be.
My phone is in my pocket and I go up a flight. I can understand. Oh, see, he had a motion and I measure on 4 different axes. But magically, if you're just sitting on your flat ass and texting, even though the phone wasn't open at that point, because that's what he said. He said manipulate the phone. But the phone wasn't open because when he got messages, he opened the phone. So he wasn't Googling. He wasn't doing anything with the phone. Again, I hope Alessi caught that, and I hope he'll bring it out. But he said you have to manipulate the phone, and it'll count it as stairs. Can he reproduce that information?
Well, also, the timeline, I think, was really good to point out that we have these calls that aren't labeled as anyone unless you go to his direct report. You also had the changes in sort of the aperture and directionality and sort of movement of the phone that wasn't put on that ridiculous timeline. So I hope that Alessi does more of that. Like, why in your report do you say that it was heading toward the house and, away from the flagpole, but you don't have that in your timeline?
Yeah, and why did you only cherry pick the data that proved your point? Why didn't you do if I know the Commonwealth picks the thing that looks best for them, But why wouldn't you do these are the 5-meter increments, these are the 10-meter, and this is the 15-meter. As you can see, it gets there's different readings, but blah blah blah. You can see, because this is another point. Why did you land on 10 meters when everything you said before that was 5 meters? That's one of those. Again, don't look at this hand while this one is undressing the lady on stage.
Everything
like the
about his
magicians.
testimony yesterday was misleading, shall we say. Every single aspect of it. The reason that he used meters instead of feet was so that people didn't understand the actual distance. In America, we don't use meters. Most people have no idea how big a meter is. No idea.
I understood it because this is how I work. Because we do the metric, we are a superior species. So every time you have said, well, there's 70 feet from the flagpole to the mailbox, you could have told me it's how far I can toss a moon pie.
It's Greek.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It could have been Russian. But if you say, oh, there's 25 meters. Okay, so that's from my house to the end of that row over there. Okay, thank you. I know how long that is now. Because I use that every day. I don't know feet. Whose feet? Is it
Right.
Is it a geisha from feudal Japan that had their feet tied? No, that was China. Who
That
had
was
their
China.
feet bound?
Yeah.
Or is it one of these? I don't understand these weird little people that's around 1.60 m, and has clown feet.
So
Have you ever
short
seen?
people with large feet.
They're not small enough. It's like, I don't know, a
Hang on.
meter and 60.
Do you
How much
mean
is that?
do you mean hobbits?
No. But you have these people who are too tall to be midgets, but not tall enough where you think, that fits. And they have like a size 42 shoe. It looks weird.
Okay,
we
Baker,
don't
can I
use
call
that.
myself a giant midget?
Nope, because you're high enough that you're a normal size. When I'm training with my gym buddy, she's I think
I
like
know, but normal
161.
size doesn't sound fun. Like gigantic midget sounds awesome.
Well, it's not that. But again, she's 161 and she has a child size foot. But you see some of these people who have grown up people feet, and every time we train, people think she's my daughter because she's such a little one. And imagine that with a size. What's the size 42? That's a size 8 or 9 in Yank numbers.
No, I have no idea how you weird
Not-
Europeans
not-
measure feet.
Yeah, you guys have like big numbers, and we have single
Yesterday it was
digits.
taps on phones. Today it's feet on small people.
So for those of us that are not communist, 161 centimeters is 5'3".
That's a pretty tall person. I mean,
5'3"? That's tiny.
That's
well,
tiny.
considering a little person,
And what'd
I
say
think
for the
is
shoe size?
4'9".
42?
It's a 9.
Size
It's
9.
a size 9. A
That's
5'3"
actually pretty
person
big
with a
for
size 9
5'3".
shoe. That's weird.
That's pretty big foot. Yeah, that's pretty big foot for a little person.
See people like that, I get weirded out.
That's pretty big foot for a little bitty girl. I gotta admit.
That's it's nice written, but it's hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
We can't hear anything.
That's because I took away the audio.
Draw near, give your
That'll do it.
attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I love how the closed captions
Good
said
morning,
none of what he
counsel.
just
Good
said.
morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jones.
Are you going to
Yeah,
yell
they
at the
tried.
defense
I
to
have
start
to
with?
ask you those same
No.
three questions. Were you all
The jury's
able
already in the
to
room,
follow
and we are
the
She
only
should be
15
yelling at
minutes.
We've been
Brennan.
discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
I'm going to lose half my audience because
Yeah,
we're
you are.
misogynist
Yes,
again.
and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone
But it's also-
Smack about all these
see,
little
hear,
women and
or
their big
read
feet.
anything about this case since we
But a
left
5'3" guy is already
Everyone
weird. But
said
then a
don't.
5'3" guy with a size 9
Before
shoe.
we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agreed to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they
just
agree
explained
with,
it.
is that
Good job.
last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a
Oh,
rock.
Jesus.
If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January
Good.
29th.
They have seen internet, and
Thank you. With that, could we have Mr. Whiffen back, please?
Ugh,
testified
this guy.
O'Keefe stayed near the flagpole. However, he walked 84 feet too. So John just walked around the flagpole for 84 feet until he was hit by the Lexus. Don't think about it.
84.
He also said, yeah, we have directions of him going towards the house, but I just didn't put it in my report.
84 feet, something like 30 meters, roughly.
A men's nine.
Good morning.
So you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get him, Alessi.
May I approach? Witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffen's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffen,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
He looks like he
Yeah,
drank a
Your Honor.
lot last
Thank you.
night.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffen, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
No,
And just if you could, sir,
You're-
just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to
you're
proceed.
13 centimeters taller. Did you see the letters they sent to Andrea and Melanie from Anti-Free Care and Read ChatGPT? I'm just wondering, when are we chopped liver? I know we
Yeah.
don't have a law degree. I know that we don't know nothing. But why don't we get that? I just get called fat. I don't
Maybe
need to be
it's
called fat.
because-
I have mirrors in my house.
Maybe it's because we admit when we know something is not right, or we, are humble enough to say, "Hey, we're not lawyers, but we'll go try to look that up or talk to real lawyer people." I don't know.
Yeah, he looks like he didn't get a good night's sleep.
Mm.
His little
I
I slept too long thing in the back of his
If-
head.
If you knew you were going to have a Lacey cross examine you for a better part of the morning, I probably wouldn't have slept well either.
No, I don't want a little letter. I want a weird one. I want the haters. Always at the prom, never the prom queen. Story of my life. It's your own report. How much time do you need?
Ready, Mr. Whitman? Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish.
No, Denmark doesn't have PO boxes, sadly.
Pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, and if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wolf, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in Deck. '79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolf, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so 12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolf, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I
He does
want
have
to
to
do
do
is
it
go
because he
back to
cherry
that
picks.
paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving
Hi,
toward the
Sue.
house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entered.
Oh yeah, every time he says wolf, it's not Whiffen he's talking about. It's a Habsburg jaw guy. He's a wolf.
The evidence
a
guy.
building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable. You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was
Weird.
important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information, again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Oh.
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Shocking.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So, when someone
Plevin could be at the scene, see John enter the house, and still believe he didn't do it.
Someone is
Yeah.
using a Waze application. Is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. And what I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
That would indicate that you can't prove it was on the lawn the whole time.
Did you provide?
Yeah. Also, how does it attempt to be accurate? I mean, is it the little engine that could? Is it the brave little toaster?
It will snap you on the road. It's the thing we talked about yesterday.
Only Mr.
Waze
Mo
is
can
a
do
map.
that.
It's a GPS map function. So when it drives down the road and it can see, okay, Mo is traveling at 30 miles per hour in a westerly direction. There's only one road going west, 5 roads going north. She must be on the western road. So it'll snap you onto that road and keep you on that road, even though the GPS signal will constantly be putting you 4 or 5 feet off the road. It'll just snap you onto the road and say, this is where you're traveling, because there's no way
It knows if you're going to turn or not.
No, and that's why you have one point where she drives past and there's a turn. No, it looks like she drives past, but she actually turns down the street. That's because the Waze app is already recognizing the pattern you're driving.
Okay, but as a pissed off anti-techno person, they could have just said your Waze is getting the GPS from your phone.
He did say that yesterday.
They basically, he did. Well,
Yeah.
to be fair, I was trying to protect myself from math, so I might have missed it.
Yeah, but he was actually asked about and he said it's not a GPS app. It gets the app the GPS from the phone, but it'll try and make it as accurate as possible with 5-meter increments. Keep it up.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
So if Waze is just using the Apple location data and that is running the entire time, why didn't he only plot the most accurate data? Why did he include all these less
because
reliable
again,
data sets?
Apple will, as I understand
I think it's just to confuse everybody.
Yeah, of course it's just to confuse everybody.
I don't think it's necessary.
This man is not here to help you understand anything. This man is here to make you think what they're saying is right. So the way GPS works is you have geostationary satellites that'll beam down and your phone will reach out to and say, where am I? And as everyone know, it's highly inaccurate. What the Waze app or your Google map or whatever it is does, it's take all of these is different readings, and it'll say, we know he's traveling at 25 miles per hour. He's not walking. He's on a road. There's a road there. We'll just say that he's traveling on the road. It's just Google Map and Waze is the same app. It's just to show you a road. It gives you an underlying map that you're traveling on. And then the GPS is just as inaccurate as always. They just snap it and present it like you're riding down a road. That's why sometimes if you drive along where there's two roads close to each other, it'll fluctuate if the GPS is inaccurate. But this guy is nothing but a magician. He wants you to look at the pretty girl while he removes the mirror inside of the box.
Could we have the pretty girl show up then?
That's Robert Alessi.
True.
Yeah,
He looks
it's
great in
just
sequence.
you can use Google Maps exactly the same way. As a map developer, you don't want to mess with the sensors by yourself. So iOS does that and uses GPS, Wi-Fi, and other sources and provide developers a single answer with a confidence level. Yeah, that's why, as I said yesterday, if you're driving in New York, because of the buildings and everything, it can fuck up royally. Because GPS is highly inaccurate in a concrete jungle where dreams are made of.
Provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
And for anyone who doesn't think that it's right what I'm saying about GPS, right now on my phone, I am about 3 kilometers away because that's where my cell phone tower is that I always connect to. So it thinks, hey, he's hitting the Wi-Fi in this area. He's here, even though I am technically in a different city, even if it's a suburb.
Baker, were you there 2 weeks ago? Because I think I now know the answer as to where you were.
According to my phone, I was.
Well, there you go.
Next
I'm getting
paragraph.
smart at this.
If the location records are limited to just the records between 00:25, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown.
Yeah, again, if you can just plot it and you can say they're traveling by this speed, this is the road they're on, it's really easy. But if you're saying, hey, we can pinpoint where the victim was, it's not that good.
Below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf, if you could scroll down.
You can show us on the screen too.
And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of 2 depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please.
Because you're wrong. Mr. Wolf is the man who is sitting and doing all the tech stuff. And the expert yesterday was Mr. Wolf with 2 F's.
Yep.
It's not the guy that's on the stand he's talking to.
It's the guy that's sitting sideways behind Yannetti. He's running the computer and the display for the jury.
And his
That's
name is
and he
Mr.
should-
Wolf.
And he should sue for getting a
WOLF.
profile shot of him before he
Yeah.
grows a beard.
Disparaging imagery.
Yes.
So
Showing reality.
Yeah,
you
this guy,
testified that
if he was called by the defense, he would have used the other map. Again, he's like Plevin said, they changed that testimony apparently to fit the narrative. Yeah, so does expert witnesses for the state. That's why they get hired.
The flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
That's exactly what he said. Oh, sidebar.
All he needs to do is find one circle that doesn't overlap.
And he did actually testify to that yesterday.
Yeah, he said with any scientific accuracy,
If we
can
can
you say it
enlarge
was
that depiction.
He lost that one.
So yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
It's most of the house, Whiffen.
I would like to now go back
Just the
to the
It's only the
timeline,
basement area
Mr.
that
Wolf,
would be there, not the entire house.
where we had left off, which
Most of
is
the house.
slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
You don't have to answer
Sorry,
that.
apologies.
That's okay.
What collision?
At
Mr.
12:31.
Whiffen,
so
Do
I guess
you-
are they changing the timeline again to make the
No, I
for
think
running
the
him in?
defense is
this is the
proving
defense.
that their timeline is bull.
But
well, that's what I mean. Did the state change their timeline yet again, and
yes,
the defense is calling them on
she
it?
is, instead of leaving the house at 12:30, she's now leaving at least 12:30, 50 something.
12:31:56 that they referred to
56.
submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12/31/56 that they refer to as the supposed collision. Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, it's
I
timeline
recall
report.
seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
You don't have to answer
Sorry,
that.
apologies.
And that's
Why doesn't he have to answer that? Isn't
That's
that
a good
important?
question, Baker.
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture,
Oh,
Several months ago, yes.
and did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
how the hell does
Do
he
you
get him to
recall
talk
the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Outstanding.
Would it help
Let's refresh your memory.
recollection
Yeah.
if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
Objection.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
It's not entered into evidence yet, so maybe he's not allowed to use it. But it could be really good if their tech guy says, "No, I don't agree with Aperture," because they have
That
a
would be
different
awesome.
timeline than he has.
Yeah, not to mention they used his data as foundational data points in their investigation. So, and
Yeah, it's not
especially
beyond his
since
scope.
they
They showed it
since
to him. He could have said, "No, this is fucked up."
Yeah, these are two
Yeah.
witnesses, two expert witnesses that are essentially testifying to the same
and expert
components.
witnesses can confer with each other. I believe expert witnesses have different rules as far as being able to stay in trial, take notes, and observe
Yes.
other witnesses.
It's a long
Is
one.
Mr. Alessi going to break the Commonwealth's rule in one witness?
He's amazing.
Then how can they use his data? Because he was never given the raw data.
Mayor, Your Honor.
You can approach.
Thank you.
Oh, he's allowed to talk about it.
Damn right he is.
Why did he first say
Whiffen,
no?
I'm
Because he
handing
needed
you,
to think.
This, Miss Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Whiffen's like, shit. What am I supposed to do with this?
He's like, I only dreamed about this in trigonometry in high school, and I was naked there too.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's good.
Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an Aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162-2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it.
He has no degree in anything other than he has a law enforcement background and has done a 3-week course in Celebrite.
Speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline.
And all of its nonsense.
82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after.
So that's after the hit. So their own experts are battling timelines. That's so stupid.
She had to have been gone by 12:30.
Yeah, she has to have gone at 12:30, but this guy has it happening at 12:32. They have it happening at 12:31 in the aperture report, according to the black box. So it's just beautiful that the two state witnesses will disprove each other's theory.
The trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Could have been a dog.
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Yes.
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At
That somebody was John O'Keefe.
12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
The messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Muted.
Okay. Even though he can't directly say, but the other ones are idiots because they put it before that. When they come up, he can then impeach them with this guy's, because he said the phone must have been used at this time. So when they say he died at 12:31:56, he can then impeach them with this guy.
Okay, Baker, we have learned that the head injury would be immediately incapacitating, but somehow
Not in this trial.
he got that and was able to face check. while disoriented, while flying back.
Well, it depends on if they are going to bring in a new medical examiner who says, well, he could have been conscious enough that he, instead of calling 911, wanted to check his Instagram the last time. Maybe
He just
that's
wanted to add more tabs up just to make you mad. He's like, before I go, tap, 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 tap.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Next entry, 12.
Oh, and by the way, yes, then he checks it, opens 55 tabs, Hoslong to die in the cold, it's raining men, and then he puts it underneath his body where the phone is found the next morning.
Hey, weather girls are perfect in
It's a
all
banger.
occasions. It is.
We all dance when we hear it.
Yep.
3206. We
And now you all
discussed
have
this.
it in your head.
Excuse me.
It's
It says
raining,
read message
man.
pulled behind me,
Hallelujah. It's
and that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
Has to be opened.
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock 123209, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Because you couldn't if your head split open.
Next entry.
No, if you're
12,
instantly
32,
incapacitated,
16.
it's really hard with your fine motor
End of
skills.
health
It really
event.
fucks it over.
36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe it's a good idea not to go further into that. I don't know. Yes, he closed his phone by clicking the lock button while he was instantly incapacitated, lying on top of his phone with his arms straight down by his side.
He also opened his phone with his Face ID, not
while
with the passcode.
incapacitated and his
with
arms
his
down by
Face
his
ID.
side.
Do you need
with
the
his
light, Mr.
eye all
Massey?
Yeah,
swollen
would be
and
helpful.
black
Thank
and
you.
Do we have the lights, please,
unrecognizable.
Dave?
I have to say, a good thing, no defense dementia.
Yeah, and I will say I like that Mr. Alessi is just kind of going with the facts. He's not getting snarky. I mean, even when he was very heated yesterday, he didn't become unprofessional with the witness. I get that the ARCA people are his witnesses, but I've seen him get a little irritated and he never, is unprofessional, at least from
No,
what
he's-
I've seen.
he's a
He did
stud.
not pull a Brennan who needed a Midol and a half.
No, and he doesn't. I don't think he has a way better way than Alan Jackson of questioning, because Alan Jackson has the same a little antagonistic thing about asking questions, and he doesn't have that one.
I just caught a whiffing of something foul. It's pretty good, Zach. That was pretty good.
I don't think about that one, Kirk.
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12/31/56 and 12/32/16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
Do you call
But
him
isn't
Nick?
someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
He doesn't know crayons.
Oh, you call him
Are
Nick?
you friends?
Are you friends? Do you hang out?
I don't know. It just
wonder what
seems a
year
little
right
sus. You
now.
called him Nick. I mean,
Right now, what here I want to know is there any text messages? Have you ever seen a Signal app application?
oh my God,
You
they have
called him
matching
Nick?
tattoos, bros before hoes.
Brennan's such an idiot. God, I hate him.
What did you miss? You missed that this guy actually, and I think it's not because I'm not sure, but he's actually dismantling the entire defense crest experts case.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Is he breaking their soul with this one? Is Bev going to say, after listening to Mr. Alessi, do you guys even have a case?
Yeah. What if any case do you have?
They're actually doing this pretty well. They're using almost who was it the other day they did it to? It was Garino, McCabe, and somebody else. He made all three of them look like liars. He's doing the same thing here. Whiffin's a liar. The Garino's going to be a liar before it's all said and done. And the other defense or the other cell phone guy, he's going to look like an idiot before he even gets on the stand.
Yeah, and I like Alessi's style, so he doesn't look like a jerk face. And,
Yeah.
we don't get sidetracked with the admittedly funny, snarky comments. Not going to lie, live for them, petty, I'm here. But it
But
doesn't
they
get
can
lost
rub
in that.
people the wrong way.
So this testimony, these facts that he's bringing out that all contradict each other, and all these facts that were based on data that was faulty to begin with, he's doing that and he's letting those, pieces of information stand for themselves. And I like that.
And I have to give it to Whiffen. I don't think he's the sharpest moped on the harbor, but he's answering as best as he can. And I think if we, instead of having this, I hate the split screen. If Court TV just had the closed caption, I would go back. But I really want to see how the defense table is looking right now, because I bet you could warn ships off with how red Lally is in the face right now.
Oh, yeah.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Hank is busy over there with some crayons writing like a love letter from Arca to AJ, and then he's going to drop it on the court. Like, look what I found. I found it. Here's a Valentine.
Yes, Island. Agree.
Apparently, the timeline queen is in the audience today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, awesome sauce.
Maybe we can get her to testify about what, if any, timelines did you make? have had that ready. I hate
Yes.
it when they're not ready.
Show Mr. Brennan?
Yes. I just want to make sure I get the entire report.
Oh, McLaughlin is back.
I didn't know she was going.
I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your
Different case
recollection
has
as to
nothing to do
whether
with
you
this one,
read
would
a
be waste of
report
time.
Mr. Green.
A report or this report?
I'm sorry, this report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's Jen McCabe's sister, the one who wrote the timeline.
Don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Was it on
Did
signal?
Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that? Object to the phone.
Sustained.
Yeah, you have to build
Did you
it up.
ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then
Maybe
you had a
T.
conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we
It's a
were
weird way to answer that.
discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
Oh, no, it's not.
So let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline.
I love how he's acting like he didn't do just a mic drop of epic proportion. Like,
At 83.
I
almost
see
wish he
Aiden
would-
is on Twitter saying, "Oh, you need to destroy him." No, you need this guy to dismantle later people. I like the way he's presenting it. It's a
Yeah.
little slow. It's a build up, but this is not to kill. This is to kill later. This is kind of
Yeah.
like when Valhalla sprays deer urine on himself to go out in the woods to attract deer. It's not the urine that's the important part. It's the meal in the freezer later.
Also, I get
Funny
to
enough,
smell like deer
Valhalla
urine.
doesn't hunt, but he still sprays deer urine on himself.
you know, I've seen the little bottles in Walmart. Can't say I've ever been tempted to take a whiff. That being said, I can't go into Sephora because it's too smelly. So
It's exhilarating. You should try it sometime.
We now have
can and will do.
12:33:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
That there was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch. Thank you.
Well, they couldn't have because they didn't arrive till a minute after that. Remember that?
Good morning, tons of fun.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, good morning.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
So that's why my ex-wife used to. Never mind.
Never mind.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct? The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a locked state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually
He's getting to what we were
established
talking
this
about.
in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
The more that battery's in use, the hotter it's going to be. That's what he's getting at here.
You had an appendix to your report
He is
that
an appendix.
discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask,
appendix-
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I
Unless
think
he's
that's
like,
great,
I have
thank you.
copies
Okay,
for
sure.
everyone.
Would that be helpful,
even the
Mr. Whiffen?
even the gallery.
Yeah, of course, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And, Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
No, ARCA can do new text, but it's tests, but it's because it's so late. They got the Commonwealth's test that they couldn't hand it in before end of disclosure. That's why Brennan gave it to them that late, so there would hopefully be no rebuttal. And Bev sounded yesterday like she was going to give them till next Friday, Monday, next month. No, next.
The 7th.
Yeah, Wednesday, 2 weeks.
Oh, are you ready, sir?
Next
I am,
week.
yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone. If I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
Very similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's a software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Wolf, if we can put that,
Nope.
do we have that in would be page 77?
But put it in a freezer. That has nothing to do with. That doesn't reproduce the scenario.
Well, but if it's more dependent on the ambient outside temperature, then you would have to have one phone and then you would have to have a heated human body or some kind of analog to that on top of the other one.
You take a side of beef, heat it to human temperature, 100 degrees or however hot a human is in weird numbers. And then you put it on the ground and leave that slab on top of it and make sure that that slab of beef never goes under 80 degrees because that's the temperature John had when he was found. And then you leave it there for the amount of time. And then you do a control test where you do one that's 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours
Yeah,
to try and see what, if
just
any.
putting your phone in the freezer tells us F all.
Yeah.
And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th.
Really wish they didn't have the split screen so we could see this better.
Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer.
He didn't die of hypothermia. He was at 80 degrees when he was found. There was no signs of hypothermia other than there was a slight discoloration to 2 of his internal organs. There's no frostbite. There's no nothing that says that he's been in the cold for 6 hours.
What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
Mo, did you go to school?
Yeah.
Do you remember when you did science experiments in school?
Yes, you had to have a control, you had to have variables, you had to understand what you were testing for. I remember this from 5th grade science, but
First thing you did was say, I have 2, we call them crocodile beaks, you know, the ones for the electric wires.
oh yeah.
Then we had 50 centimeters of conductive wire, and then we put them to a plus and a minus, and it lit up in the middle. Then we took half the length. We wrote down when we did it, what we did, and it was actually a formula. So if this has to have any value, because this guy doesn't know it because he's not a scientist, he would have to have said January 1st at 8:72. I put in an iPhone 11 with the serial number this. I placed it in
top side up or
top side up, upside down, downward up. I placed it in the bottom of the freezer. I placed it in one of those little hanky bars baskets you put in it. The freezer was at the beginning 72 degrees. I left it in there for an hour, checked the battery, and when I opened the freezer was at 60 degrees.
Yeah, he also doesn't know if his freezer maintains a constant, it can say 30 degrees on the outside, it can say 0, it can say -0. How do you know that the freezer is actually maintaining, a steady temperature, and what is the temperature of your freezer? All of these things are things that you would have to know and have to
Yeah.
control and account for.
This is, and I know that's why you don't never go to Twitter, Simba. But everyone will say, "Oh, look, he's such a smarty pants." This guy has no idea what he just did. He just said, "I chucked my phone in the freezer and checked it 8 hours later." That's not a science, because science needs to be replicable. This is why you have control tests. This is why you write every single. There's so many scientists who claim, "Oh, we can cure this disease or that disease," and they give a hell of a lot of grants, and then they never can do it because they flunked the evidence to begin with to get all the grants, and then they got a really fun time in Porsches.
And Alessi isn't flashy, but this is yet another part where he is wildly guessing. He's saying everything is accurate until you pinpoint him down on things and you say, well, yeah, technically he could be in the house.
Yeah,
it's
yeah, he's worse than the South Carolina guy, because at least he said, "Yeah, I was throwing my phone around in my room."
Yeah.
And remember, this guy has peer-reviewed blog posts. But again, one thing is to write a report on how you code a Ring doorbell. Another thing is to make a scientific report on the temperature degradation in a battery under X circumstances. Just chucking it in the freezer doesn't align with being on the ground covered with a human body.
And surrounded by wetness, because once John, he's still warm enough to melt that snow that's coming down. So,
Yeah, the snow will never reach him, and the wind will never reach him because he's on top of it. It's found underneath his body, according to Carrie. Well, so far I haven't heard it planted, but maybe we get there when I stop yammering.
It was freezing.
Sorry, you're just regular freezer that everybody has?
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from it. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
3.5 degrees per
I'm happy
minute.
to accept your answer.
Yeah. But again, it has nothing to do with what happened in the front lawn, if it happened in the front lawn, because he just chucked it in the freezer.
Well, but more specifically, if I recall correctly, the temperature was dropping, I think, 3 or 6 degrees every 7 or 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So that's completely not related to the situation that he's trying to present, right? So if his experiment says 3.5 degrees per minute, and the phone itself actually dropped 6 degrees every 7 minutes, or no, 3 degrees every 7 minutes, or whatever the hell it was, that's way off.
Yeah, but
right?
that was it had that linear progression, and then it just stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it really drop linearly? Yeah, if you chuck it in a freezer and it's unisolated, and it's in a freezer that's, I don't know American units. If it's minus
Probably
15,
close to 0.
Yeah.
It will, because if there's air all around it, it'll lose heat way faster than if there's an insulating layer on top of it. Again, he doesn't replicate
It doesn't
what he claims he replicates.
Yeah,
This
there's nothing.
this isn't bad science. This isn't science. It has nothing to do with science. And
No, if this were really
no idea on
science,
this
you would
guy.
have a freezer that is dedicated to scientific tests where you can maybe have variable, temperatures and things like that. You don't just chuck your phone in next to your Totino's pizza rolls and say, "I'm doing science. It's cell bright and I helped." Like shake and bake.
Laboratory
I
freezer,
can't-
sub-zero, consumer grade. This is a chest freezer. It's just, oh, I'm getting my milk, and by the way, I'm just chucking in an iPhone on top of my cheesy whiz nuts. I don't know what you have in your freezer. This is
I can't
stupid.
tell
Rebecca.
you.
That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor.
Why did you laugh, you fool?
Because he knows he's getting.
Because he knows he can't
Roasted.
do math. Look, when I
Right.
get nervous and I know I can't do math, I'm like,
3.33,
you
would
know,
that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
check
So
my
it's about
math.
3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So was it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just
So here it drops 17 degrees in 13 minutes.
Well, that doesn't math.
That doesn't math anything near the math he's mathing.
So
No.
so he looked at the data and he read phone got colder, must have been outside because phone got colder is what happened. So he's like, well, I did an experiment with it outside and it got colder. He didn't look at the numbers. He just looked at phone got colder.
Yeah, and I really want to make it fit because they pay me to do it.
refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
Well, that doesn't math.
Have you all thought about it's Ken?
Isn't that the symbol for Illuminati? Careful with that one.
We're going to come back
Same
to this,
one.
but what I'd like
Same
to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario one in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which is in your slide presentation yesterday of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you.
How
So
dare you,
if we-
Puddletown?
Start out at
How
12,
dare
13. We see
This
a battery
is the
temperature of
DDP
82
diamond
degrees
cutter
Fahrenheit,
symbol.
correct?
Correct.
Not
Then it
AJ
drops a
Styles.
little bit to 77, a little bit to 72, And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here
Yes.
at the 12:37
Oh, that's the wrong one.
time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped
Self high five.
50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say
Nice.
that there was a much more
Nice.
dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yeah, we're still on this guy, but you missed a whole lot because he just said the crash studies that will testify from the Commonwealth is wrong. His scientific test is just chucking a phone in the freezer, and he can't tell you how long he did it. And now he admits that he don't know anything he knows about anything.
He can't tell you how long he had it in the freezer or the temperature of the freezer.
But it's really,
No.
really, really good science. His mom
Good science, y'all.
liked it and said, "Oh, crikey, me son, you can come home for Christmas. Have a plum pudding."
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature, right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a,
Sorry, it's below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
what is freezing in Fahrenheit?
32
Don't know, but it's
degrees.
0 degrees Celsius.
30,
Right.
Dummy.
32.
Como está la? I don't know what freezing is in Fahrenheit, and you write your report in Fahrenheit and Celsius. Wouldn't the first thing you do either say, "Hanky panky, my good old buddy, old friend, I don't know Fahrenheit because I'm a normal person who don't do weird numbers," or would it be, "Hey, I'm going to use a tablet," kind of like when I did yesterday when we were trying to figure out distance? You'd go to Google and say, what's 32 degrees Fahrenheit? Because 32 degrees to me is a lot hotter than I like to be in. But to you, it's freezing. This
One
is
day
why
we'll all get together.
this is why you don't hire your experts on TeamU.
To be fair, he had a really good LinkedIn and his mom recommended him.
You can question science. I think you say you can't question science. He is science. Yeah, but I bet you Mo would never write a report in Celsius because Mo.
Wait, isn't it 0 in Celsius? That's the only thing about
Yes.
metric stuff that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
I was
Then
gonna
you
say,
get to
zero is
Kelvin
the
and I'm
freezing
confused
point.
again.
we use the normal way of thinking. 0 is the freezing point of water, and 100 is the boiling point of water. The only thing that makes sense in the entire world. And then we have absolute 0 at 107 degrees minus. Don't think about that. That's where Fahrenheit
Yeah,
starts.
Kelvin's confusing.
Yeah.
See, that's not even Kelvin yet.
Yeah.
Well,
Kelvin's
look,
real
math
extreme.
is confusing in general.
I was
But
going to say,
that's
I
why-
actually know the boiling point in Celsius. I'm not entirely sure what it is in Fahrenheit. It's like 330 something degrees, I think, off the top of my head.
Yeah, I have
But,
no
like,
idea.
I'm not sure.
I know more about
It was
candy
minus 5
making
degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree
212,
that
I was wrong.
2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Kelvin
So,
was a communist. I
In
don't
any
use his
event, in your
numbers.
experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right? But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
OS is good.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So
What was
you
the
didn't
question?
think it was important.
Don't you think it would be important to know how cold it was at Fairview 34? Nah, I don't know.
Nah.
It could have been. Who knows? It was January, October, 70 degrees, maybe 5. I don't know.
What if
Who,
it was
if any, thinks
85
that's
degrees?
Who, if any, thinks it was important to know the environment the phone was in when he claims it's indicative of being in that environment?
Baker,
This
this
guy's-
is why aliens won't visit and give us their technology. They've watched this trial. We don't deserve their tech.
I understand why the Brits couldn't use him, because this wouldn't fly in Europe. He needs to be a Canadian.
Even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the
Isn't
ambient
that
temperature in
relevant?
Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show
Shouldn't you know those
what
things?
data the
If you're
device
going to
had
write a
recorded.
reporto?
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report,
Did they
including
pay
battery.
for this?
Yeah. They sure did.
You want to say, sir? I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh,
With whom?
tell me about who you discussed this temperature
Oh, Brennan,
information
you
with.
idiot.
Uh-oh.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I
With
can't
Hank?
hear you.
Your
Hank?
buddy Hank? Your
Your
friend
best
Hank?
friend Hank?
Hanky?
Oh,
Did you go to his party at Chuck E. Cheese last night, Hank?
I hate it.
Do you call him Hank the Tank and laugh a little bit because he's nowhere like
Oh my gosh, you guys, did they do the boob tap? You know, when you meet your guy friend and you touch
It's
moves?
chest bump. Chest bump, not a boob tap. Chest bump.
Well, I'm
Very
not a
different.
dude.
Boob tap will send you to jail. Chest bumps are good times.
Okay. I will
Yeah.
I will make a t-shirt that says that just for all.
No boob taps, just chest bumps. Most new merch drop tomorrow. So now he was talking to Hank the Tank, and Hank the Tank said, it's not that important.
Nah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. For fuck's
sure
sake,
hope
what are
Hank-
we doing here?
I sure hope Hank turned that over in Discovery.
Yeah.
Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan?
Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan?
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is,
Did they disclose
was
this?
there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And yet, can you do a temperature experiment to
Team
track the
Carl
very
Benjamin.
accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that
He
with
looks
anybody?
nothing like Sargon.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
He looks a little
Did you
sarcastic.
ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, that's
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet,
Isn't this discoverable information? Well, it's a
should be.
talk between the according to Hanky Pank yesterday, when you talk to your friends, and everyone you call by their first name is friends. That's why I never call Val or Mo by their first names, because we're not friends, and I don't know their first names. But I don't know if they've disclosed that they have these conversations about their witness testimony, because remember yesterday, a certain schoolboy was screaming. So you talked to the defense about how to present your evidence. Well, if you didn't have double standards, you crappy lawyer, you would have none.
with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you didn't include in your slide presentation, and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your
I find it such a weird way she's asked it different. I know what she's saying, and she's not saying you can't ask the question. You just have to. Normally, they'll say lay foundation first or something like that. But I like that she's not rolling over and giving Brennan everything.
presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So
Ding.
battery
That's the thing.
temperature,
Ding, ding, ding. Nailed it.
the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
He said it.
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations?
Ding,
Isn't
ding,
this
ding.
information at least potentially relevant
the right
in
idea.
investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
We all know it was a blizzard, bro.
I don't even believe in blizzards anymore.
May I have a
after
moment
watching
to
this
switch
trial.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor.
They're
Thank
imaginary.
you, Mr. Whiffen. I'll be right back. Your Honor, if I may, I had one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can. Excuse me, Your Honor. One moment.
Okay.
I like that. I always draw them with the Habsburg drawing. We have a Habsburg drawing the courtroom.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffen, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 136, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
That seems unlikely, according to your testing.
Yeah.
We're supposed to, Flux. We're supposed to.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment?
Okay.
Thank you.
Here's Brennan's upcoming righteous indignation.
Now he's just going to come up and yell and say, but it was in the front lawn. He was in the front lawn.
In your opinion, where was this phone located? In the front lawn.
Well,
Okay.
now I'm wondering what if he's going to go over the flights of stairs, because I think he's getting off of temperature, and now I'm wondering if he's going to attack the flights of stairs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that we didn't touch that because everything's been so good.
May I have exhibit 42, please?
Unless
But this
he's
is
just
what
so good.
this is what happened when experts stray, because this guy should never have talked about temperatures, flights of stairs, or anything, because he's not an iPhone expert. And this is perfect. I don't understand why people want him to destroy him, because what he's really doing, he's killing 5 more witnesses down the line with kindness.
Yeah.
Sometimes
and
you
he's,
don't win the battle, but you win the war.
and he's
winning the
not
battle,
making the focus on his smart aleck comments, because any of the antis are going to be looking for him to be a smugly little butthole. He's just laying down facts, and it's really hard to argue with someone who's just talking about the facts. It's so incredibly beautiful because he's not doing it with a smirk or a snark, except for that one part where he's like, you didn't ask for the temperature in Canton, but he's basically just speaking for me at that point.
Yeah. So you talked with your best buddy Hank. You went to Chuck E. Cheese, played wiffle ball. I don't know what wiffle ball is.
Went to the batting cages.
No,
He's not allowed
Hank
to
can't
go to
go
Chuck E. Cheese's.
yeah,
They
batting
even
cage.
busted
His mom
for
says
him.
he's too fond of balls in his face.
What is exhibit 42?
It's,
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
may I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries. Okay. Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence public?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe. Duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 18:47, that's 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call, duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe. Duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered, but not?
Either yes or no. You can tell that in Cellbrite if it's answered or if it goes to voicemail.
Right?
Now he's getting into, because this is his expertise. Now he gets into the defense dementia. I can't tell. Yes, you can.
The second.
And this is the subject
Okay.
he's actually here to testify on, by the way.
Fair enough. So if we go to the Third entry, 122944, 122951, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Just said that.
Wait, Brennan's confused about his own witness's testimony?
No, he said something about the display. Polo ball's back. His wife, his mom's not near him. Is it his wife next to him?
I can't tell.
I can't.
This one is the timeline expert, I think.
Definitely not his wife.
I don't think that's
Definitely
his
not
wife.
his wife. No.
Definitely not. Aaron O'Keefe.
He's wearing
not
red
showing
today,
up.
so he's not thinking about you.
He's probably
Or
got a
he
new girl.
is. You all just changed colors.
Oh, maybe he did the switcheroo. So
Yeah. This is for that random Stephanie girl that I'm making up in my head. I don't
You know he cut a couple of fillies out of the herd, not just one.
well, they went to break apparently.
What'd you do, Baker?
Below.
Court is
No.
on a short break. I just
Well,
didn't
all
want
right.
to hear that weirdo talk. Well, on a scale from 1 to, I don't know what scale is, how well is Whiffing doing on cross-examination?
Not so hot. Not so
Bless
hot.
his heart, which tells you all you need to know.
Takes his stupid UK butt back to Canada where he belongs with his Celsius and not knowing what temperature freezes at in Fahrenheit.
And not knowing about blizzards and such.
And everyone, I'm sorry that we can't put up the screen so you can see the courtroom thing, the evidence better. Normally, Jess has been a sweetheart and copied them and put them in the Discord. There's a Karen Reed room in there where we put all of it. So please, if you want to look closer, you can go join the Discord if you didn't already, because then I can notify you when I go live. YouTube doesn't do that. But normally, she's been really good at clipping all the displays that's put up on screen. I don't know what this is, but it looks weird.
How big do you think their feet are?
I wonder if they get that question a lot. Like, but how big are your feet for a friend?
That's one micro wrestling show I would absolutely go to. 1000%.
You know, I would go if y'all win, I would go with you. Like that would be
Dang
my
right.
first wrestling event ever, though. So I'd need you to explain to me how close to normal all this stuff is.
Well, the
There's
problem
nothing
is they
normal
can't
about
really
wrestling.
get the height and stuff like that that an old wrestler
Maybe
can.
Well, but
maybe
you
the
don't.
turnbuckles are just shorter.
No, their legs are shorter, so they can't do. A Boston Crab doesn't look the same on a short person as it does on as a normal sized person.
Is that the same as a rear naked chokehold?
No, a Boston
Nope.
Crab is in the other end. It's where you take the leg and kind of do an ankle lock, and then
Both of them though.
well,
Oh, no, that's
yeah,
the
you can do it. You
Scorpions.
can do it one-legged
Yeah.
or you can do it two-legged. If it's a real Boston Crab, you catch
Wait.
their feet underneath the arms, and then you lean back over, so they are
So they're all bended and such.
Yeah.
so you're kind of doing like
Yep.
you're standing here taking their feet underneath your armpits and then leaning back so they get a stretchinator. Then you can do the one-legged where you put more of an ankle twist on it, or you can do a lion tamer where you put your knee on the back of them. That's Jericho's old submission move.
Oh,
So
I'm
join us for
learning.
court and old school wrestling.
Bang, bang. Bang.
Oh, you're so nice, Amanda. We try to make it a little more fun. I know you won't get the hot legal takes on this channel. There's a lot of great lawyers covering the trial. If you want to know if it's really an affidavit or an affidavit, you can go ask one of those people. They went to school, paid a lot to figure that one out. But where would you find out that a Boston crab is a two-legged submission
I'm
move?
kind of sad because we haven't gotten to use the wheel of excuses. Although that, well, what does a call answered mean exactly?
What is freezing?
What is freezing? What, if
Whiffen's
any,
not-
effect did your chicken nuggets have on the cell phone?
Valhalla, can you tell me how a figure 4 leg lock hurts?
It doesn't.
Well, you put your leg through here, so you could potentially put a little pressure on, but there's no hurt.
Wouldn't it hurt
he
your
was upside
man
down,
bits
too.
to be leaned on? I mean, because if you're holding the one leg to one side, it just doesn't look comfy, if I'm honest.
Well,
it
that's
is a
what the-
submission move.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfy. It doesn't hurt though. It looks
Oh.
like it should hurt, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it's wrestling. Spanky, you should have never put Whiffen before Jen. Her story will be debunked before she ever utters a word. Yeah, especially if she gets up there. Oh, because last time we had the timeline screw up fixed after Jen was on the stand. This time we know Jen testifies multiple times she sees Karen Reed at the house as late as 12:45.
But she's a liar.
Every time she sends a message, she's looking at the car. She has testified to this 4 times now, I believe.
So either she's going to have to completely change her testimony today, or she's going to just destroy the timeline that we actually know exists based on cell phone data.
Yeah. It's
pretty interesting. Pretty interesting development in the Karen Reed saga.
She will say she saw a car pull up at 12:45. If she says that, then that car should have seen John O'Keefe. Because she says there is a car placed at the flagpole. No matter what, if any car that would be, that car should have seen John O'Keefe at the flagpole because there was no snow covering his body at that time.
You would think.
No, Brennan called for a sidebar, and then they went on break. Yeah, Jen is the next one up.
Hopefully.
I just watched Tennessee Backyard Wrestling.
Nice.
Interesting.
Have you seen those grudge match backyard boxing things?
I've seen a couple of them.
Yeah,
I've heard tell of them. I don't like people getting punched in the face, so it's not my jam.
Why?
No idea.
That made me sad, Mo. That makes me sad.
I do like American Gladiators and shooting people with tennis balls.
That's fun.
I have a flat roof. If I win the lotto, I'm going to get so many of those tennis cannons. You have no idea. I mean, nothing.
We could install one on my deck. I can shoot almost all the way down to the fence line. It'd be amazing. You can get like 200 yards out of that bad boy.
2 questions. Will Jen change her testimony? And at this moment, is Jen more reluctant to testify than we allegedly know from that affidavit filed in the Aiden Carney case?
Yeah, I would not be shocked if she's not calling a victim advocate and saying, I feel unsafe. I feel unsafe. I got like all these threats from these mean people and this turtle. And I didn't even know. Yeah, it's harassment. And the defense, and I'm feeling all verklempt, and I really can't go on today.
Well, if you remember in the first, if you remember in the first trial, she testified that those calls were butt dials as she was pulling the phone in and out of her pocket.
No, that's later. That's the ones that doesn't get answered. The one at 12:45, she says, "I am looking at the car at the end of the lawn." So
that's a lie.
Welcome
horrible
to
lie.
Canton.
And now this guy just said that those calls were answered, or at least one of them was answered, and the other one may have been answered.
Yeah,
I don't think she ever
typically
said
in
she
other
talked to him.
in other cell
because she
site
called
reports
her.
it says when it's answered or not.
I don't think that she ever said they spoke. on the phone. If I recall correctly, Jen McCabe never said that they spoke on the phone at that time period. It was during the drive to 34 Fairview, she called him, and that was the last time they spoke on the phone, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just make a request that we hurry the hell up because at noon we are under like all of the red and increasingly bad colors in the afternoon. So I'm like, could we just get Jem up here, for me, for Mo? MLS, if you're still on, could you call the court?
Bang bang.
I just want to know what story she will be telling today, because no one has changed her story as much as Jen McCabe.
I do wonder if she's going to be bestest friends with John, or they are going to go back to like, I helped him with his kids sometimes. He got me Reeboks.
That part I find super weird.
It's really weird because her and Carrie, and then as soon as he's dead, it's like he was my bestest friend, and I was traumatized and dramatized.
Carrie in this trial basically testified that they weren't that close. And it's like, hold on a minute, lady. You've been like besties with him since high school. Now all of a sudden you barely know him? Like, what the hell is going on? How did that change?
Did they use his first name?
Whose?
That's how you figure out his people are friends.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, they did use John, but they didn't use JJ. They didn't say.
So that's more friendly than just John.
I think so, yeah. Nicknames, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be called Johnny by like just everyone if I was John. Like, there's like a barrier to entry to,
That's like when you see like the 70-year-old man and they still call him Junior. Like, what the hell?
John's dad is John Jr.
Yes,
or
I
Paul
know.
Jr. He's a junior. That's so weird. And yeah, the only person I call by the first name in this entire YouTube verse is the expert, but that's because he has that weird Jimmy Bob. It's just a weird name, so I need to use it every time I see him. It sounds funny. So if you're watching the expert later tonight, remember to say, "Hey, Jimmy Bob, Baker sent me."
Dang, now I want
Isn't it normally
sausage.
Jim Bob?
Usually, yeah.
Maybe they're fancy Southerners, so it's Jimmy.
Well, his dad was Jim Bob. He's Jimmy Bob. That's bang bang. Is that true? That's not true.
Well, I don't think you get promoted or anything, but I think you could maybe get stopped being called Junior, I would think.
Yeah.
This is my son, Junior. That's funny.
I always wanted to name one of my kids the Third, but they would just be a standalone 3 because
just out of nowhere.
Yeah, Mr. Mo
I'm
would
sure
not
there's
allow
a
me to
first and
do
second
that.
somewhere.
Just like he's the Third. Like I figured, why not start with a legacy already, even if you don't have one.
No, this is my my working name. It's kind of like Cherry, Chastity, Hope is working name for other
Destiny.
people. Destiny.
Chastity Hopewell is going to be my amateur name. Just there's something that just makes me giggle that Chastity is a stripper name.
Volstorm, that's because you're not as close with him as I am. Because we're
Clearly.
friends. I use his first name.
Clearly.
And I call Baker Ginger, so I know his super secret Spice Girl name. He's Ginger Spice.
I have liver pate colored hair, as we say.
Everyone loves a redhead, Baker.
I never seen that much. I have to agree. Not have to agree. I have to disagree. I think I'm more of a blonde.
You are
girl person, but I think I primarily only dated brunettes.
And that was your problem. At least us redheads advertise our crazy on the jump. So we're not trying to lie to you.
George Foreman named all his kids George Foreman. Well, it's easier when you get older, and I do that. I'm getting to that age where I'm, hey, and they just look at me and said, "You want to talk to my sister?" Yeah, that's a little annoying.
Honey buns.
Lou Cecil.
Cheese Danish.
Here he is, all the way from Denmark, the cheese Danish. We call him the broken baker.
Ladies, if you want your heart broken and your cholesterol intake high, try to jump down on the cheese Danish.
You won't even need to take Ozempic. But
Oh, it's amazing. It's got the tassels going.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
You want to feel dissatisfied and a little sad tomorrow. Bite into cheese Danish. It's smaller than-
Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring to the stage now Apple Bottom Baker. Get them dollar bills ready. Oh my God.
A tan shower. What's a tan shower? I don't. If Mo just looks like that, I don't know.
sounds like something R. Kelly would do. I don't know if I would go to a tan shower. I'm just saying.
Is that like a
What's on your T-shirt? My T-shirt or Mo's T-shirt? My T-shirt says, "Come to Philadelphia for the crack."
Those are both great T-shirts, actually.
I had to save this one. Mr. Mo is making me get rid of all clothes that don't fit.
Just tell him it'll fit again later.
I was gonna say, save someone.
I was like, but it has a hippopotamus with the T word in it. It's a national treasure.
All right, I got to do animal things. I'll be back.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, please?
Yes.
I think she's really annoyed with that question, even though he has to ask it.
I have a replacement.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42
Why didn't she get a
redacted,
cake come in?
obviously to replace Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
Why can't I see Cat K? Did she block me?
So what did they redact? I wonder.
I don't know.
Yes, please. Vigils could be ID. C. Thank you.
I can't see Cat K.
Yeah, I
I think she
presented
blocked
to
me.
Mr.
No, she's there.
Yes.
Hey,
Thank
Cat K. You missed a whole lot today. It hasn't been the fire that people thought, because Alessi is a silent assassin, but he has not only destroyed this guy's credibility, he destroyed the Commonwealth's crash experts' credibility. He got out there that Hank Brennan has been talking to him about what he's about to testify about. And most likely the next witness will be Jen. And she will have to change her timeline again to make it fit with this witness. I don't think Brennan really thought this would be as bad as it has been.
Because Alessi is the type that, again, you need him when you have very technical people like this, but his mind tends to work with a foundation. And you start with a foundation of this gentleman's data is the basis for then Aperture, and then you can go after everyone because they started out with just craptastic data. But it does take someone who's very much more analytical and kind of maybe plotting to kind of see all of these connections. So I think he's been a good addition to the defense, in my opinion.
And I think if when you're on the defense team, you're a react person, but when you're on the Commonwealth side, you're the builder, and then it's the defense is there to tear down buildings. You're there to build it, and I don't think he's good at it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again.
It sounds good.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order?
You want to embiggen
So
it?
respectful.
He has to be.
Is that
Well,
sufficient, Your Honor?
I know.
No, it's the same size.
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe.
No, they can't, because they're not. They can prep her before, but they can't come in and say, "Hey, Jen, you have to change your testimony," because then they can impeach her with prior testimony. This is what's called a catch-22. She's effed if she does, and she's effed if she doesn't. Because if she sticks to her fourth explanation, they will then impeach her with her first, second, third explanation that didn't align with her testimony in court the last time. But because she claimed that the police and the court reporter got it wrong. But if she sticks with the fourth explanation, it doesn't line up with the evidence from Mr. Whiffen. So no matter what Jen says, she would either be impeached by her prior testimony or she will be impeached by the expert's testimony.
It's almost like if she told the truth, she wouldn't need to change things.
Yeah.
Restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 34:09 and 34:38?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 14:36, and then skipping 1 to 29:44, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 33:35 and 34:09, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
And I'm glad that he's going topic by topic. I think this makes it so much clearer. Brennan did, oh, let's talk about health and let's talk about steps and let's.
Yeah.
Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So
you
you're here
didn't
once
drive
previously?
the road?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
Don't take breaks while I'm eating. So he did the test. He did the test Sunday night and didn't turn over the results.
How was he getting the little things for his PowerPoint if he didn't test before this?
Yeah.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nope, no
Mr.
need to.
Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic. Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
Why aren't they allowed to ask that question? Because he did the same test Sunday night. He should be able to present an exact match of the data, showing.
Could Brennan have argued work product?
Nope, because he's testifying to this. He's an expert. He should have turned this over to the defense.
You should be able to do this. Bev, you moldering Muppet. Make
He
an
testified
auger
that
look
he
like
checked
a
it out
person.
Sunday, so he should have turned this over to the defense. If
that sounds like a Rule 14 violation.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's but it was sustained. He wasn't allowed to talk about it. But there should now be a test score that he can show that on Sunday night he did get the exact same result he claimed.
Yeah.
Or else it's bunk.
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
He didn't bring it
In
up.
your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted. That data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
That's a great name.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
Wayfair financing, Jen McCabe.
And there's something called extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct?
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable?
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
I'll allow it.
Interesting.
How
analogy.
magnanimous
Now,
of him.
if the file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Are we going to find out that Jen's hash data is all hash browns?
Different kind of
Do
hash,
you
Mo.
recall preparing a report
Look, I
for the
use the mental
iPhone
tricks that work
belonging
for
to
me.
Jen McCabe, dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belongs to the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies.
A holistic view of the data?
So you go to the temple. You go to the temple and pray, and then the Buddha will show you that the data is fine.
He uses herbs from the yard.
Oh, sweetheart, you take a holistic view of the data. Is that really it? Wanker.
I didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way.
What year in law school do they cover holistic views of data?
What does that even mean? What does that mean
Does he
to have a
also
holistic view
sell
of the data?
doTERRA?
Does holistic mean something I don't get?
Holistic means more whole body. So he's not looking granularly at the data. He is looking at an overall view. So basically the data aligns with what he is thinking. Now, holistic would mean that you take all data and generally make it all make sense and not be an idiot. But what he's using it for is I look at the totality of the data and I'm still an numpty.
Holistic, adjective, of or relating to holism. 2, relating to or concerned with wholes or with complete systems rather than with the analysis of, treatment of, or dissection into parts. So yes, Mo is exactly correct.
So he looks at the phone, the weather.
He is a
what
whole,
cup of coffee he
real.
had when he looked at it, and all of it kind of just tells him that there's no tampering with the evidence.
That's kind of what he's saying. Yeah. It's like I looked at the whole phone and didn't see anything that indicated Jen was.
He demonstrates that with his temperature because the temperature aligns with his, again, temperature goes down, he must be outside. So if he looked at it granularly, he would see that the pattern didn't match. But because he's looking at it holistically, temperature goes down, must be in freezer.
Yeah.
You
forest for the
concluded
trees.
Nice.
That the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct? Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report, to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100%, at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
So he would actually have no idea whether or not Jen messed with her phone.
No, he was just given something that could have been from Jen's phone, that could have been from John's phone, that could have been from Valhalla's phone, because there's no way to prove it without the hash values. Hash values. I remember Russian Bot talked about it the last time. As long as you had those, you could always go back and say this is this phone, because it's the birthmark or the birth.
It's the DNA.
It's the DNA of the phone or of the data. So he took data that he can't verify and relied 100% on it because he holistically looked. It must have been from her phone because my best friend Hank told me it was from her phone. So he wrote a report that he in no way can replicate unless he used the same data set, because he doesn't even know where that data set is from.
He basically just got information from the Commonwealth and accepted it as.
It's the same with the blood draw. Did you do the test? No, they just gave me things I plotted into a spreadsheet, and it said she must have been this drunk.
If this is how the Commonwealth tries all their cases, y'all need to revamp your judicial system up there, because this is wild.
To be fair, they are dealing with Trooper Proctor. Well, not anymore, but Trooper Paul is still there, and he is like, according to Mo stuff and math magic, this is how it happened.
Ugh. And we like to call him the Proctor, formerly known as Trooper.
Oh, I like that.
That's good, right?
Stamp. And the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute?
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.? Thank you.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So
that was all that you needed.
there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes,
So it's Insights is a suite.
Essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So there's Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
They're two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search house long to die in the cold occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used, a competitor of Celebrite, called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Yeah, Whiffen, tell us more about how the defense
yesterday,
awesome.
You essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case.
Correct.
With regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it.
Yes.
After the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
yes,
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore, and it doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
You mentioned.
Could I see Counselor Sidebar for just a minute, please?
Bev, what are you doing to help the state?
Maybe Brennan was waving the white flag and said, fuck it, we'll get it. Nah, we're sorry. We wasted your time.
And no, Brennan's like, they're using tricks and chicanery. He's going Bradley Yawn. Now, this is all smoke
I
and
see
mirrors.
what you did. I see what you did. Yeah. Yeah. I'm up here fighting for my life. I see how it is. My mom will be here Monday. Don't you worry.
Credible. Not
Oh
credible.
my God.
And my cousin's an idiot, but he's still my cousin.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I was song. I was doing the Daryl Brooks.
Oh, I was
Idiots
doing the
abound.
Bradley Yawn. But the idiots are everywhere.
I get idiots confused.
Go ahead, Mr. Lesson.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
yes,
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Ooh.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change.
I didn't ask if I just asked.
It's not a 12:27, it's a 2:27. It's because all of this case relies on if Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27, why would she do that if she didn't know John O'Keefe was dead in the front lawn?
Yep, we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows
This guy is being handed a new behind.
that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But
do
they
that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
if you can just shut up.
The answer, is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done.
God, I hate
And
Brennan.
that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case.
If you're wondering if the other side thinks this is going really well for the Commonwealth, our friend and hopefully future participant on the channel, Krusty, Bob Alessi is a product of some horrifying bad guys from the WW2 era experimentation to create human torture devices. I'm praying that he doesn't prompt the jury to just drive into oncoming traffic to escape his confused, rambling, drawn-out questioning.
He does realize that Alessi is a sometimes Jewish name, right?
Hey. She doesn't see color, she doesn't see religion, she just see hatred.
I really hope he's Jewish. I really hope he is.
It's not an uncommon
your testimony
name
under
of
oath
faith.
in that first proceeding. do you recall
She's such an idiot.
stating
I really hope he's Jewish.
I want to sit on the
that
couch.
it was your opinion
I think
as
she's
to
on with
whether
Brennan.
that
I want to send
2:27:40
her to Snake Island.
a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search "House Long to Die in the Cold"?
I believe so.
Right. So you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact. You described it as your opinion. Correct.
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred. Correct.
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right. So it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? Do you recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No.
It's not gone?
It's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for that aspect.
Sir,
he's got a
does
doctorate
your
in
work
law.
include shaping?
No, he doesn't have a doctorate.
How examiners will see the data when they open it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is
I
going
don't think
to
he has a doctorate.
correct.
Yes, we have
That has a
Yes.
doctorate.
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
According
yes,
to
just shape
his
the data.
Yes.
LinkedIn, I think he does. Unless I'm just
Anna Katrine. That's a very Danish name. I had a friend who was called Boysen. That's the last name.
These various forensic tools, Celebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the
Oh, did you mean Alessi had a doctorate?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's a lawyer. That's a Juris Doctorate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Doctor
all
of Law,
lawyers are
JD,
doctors.
cum laude. Juris Doctor. Okay. Well, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. That's okay.
Even B.
Yeah,
Ivor
but he's
Lamar,
also
though,
he worked as a pharmacist as well.
Yeah, he's got a bachelor's in pharmacology.
Yeah.
he has a very scientific, analytic, almost engineering mind. So that doesn't shock me. But that's really cool.
source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not 100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house lawn to die in the cold at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m. Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jury, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand
I
to
like what he
be
did
the
there.
significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
I can't hear you.
Mr. Riffin, with regard
But he said
to
yes,
the
Your Honor.
2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
It's almost, and I'm going to say something wildly, probably speculative, almost like he
Probably.
cherry picked what he wanted to say so he would look good for the state.
And it looks like Alessi is pointing that out to the world.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, and he's not doing it in a bombastic way, so a lot of the information is coming through, and I love that he has sections for different topics, because yesterday part of it was because it was like, let's talk about the steps. Oh, then Jen called, and then, oh, where does the trajectory go, and did you
Yeah.
do the stairs?
It's but it's pure speculation. It's pure speculation.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26?
I like a good dismantling.
Mr. Whiffen, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m.
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
I walk way faster than that.
Yeah, I'm
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment.
limping.
You can take that. Okay, thank you.
So he wasn't. Well, maybe no. This is why they say they crept up along the front lawn, because they were just inching along, because that would take out that walking pace. No, that's cool.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone,
Denmark rule.
You used an operating system
Farrell.
called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15.
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2.1. Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Question. I don't have an iPhone. Any of you have an iPhone?
Nope.
Yes.
My phone.
Look, I don't make choices about what cell phone we buy. That's a Mr. Mo thing.
My phone can actually tell when I'm driving my car, because if I have my Audible, it'll ask if I want it in car mode. iPhone as smart as a real phone?
No. Can
So
confirm does not know anything.
It can't switch to drive mode, walk mode, because my watch will pick up if I walk. It'll say, "Oh, you're walking. You want to put it in as an exercise?" And I say, "Yes,"
Okay.
because.
Quick, fair point. I don't think I've updated my phone in a while because it annoys me and I refuse. So it very well could.
Ferals can. Different phone, different iOS. My phone knows but different from driving. I have an Apple. Yes, it knows when I walk, drive, or bike. Yeah, this is an expert, and I could just ask Farley, and Farley hasn't done any 3-week courses in Cellbrite. She have had a few interactions with Cellbrite, but so far none of the charges have stuck to her. So she's probably a better expert than this guy.
It is a sad thing that Ron Weasley ended up being, a Cellbrite detective. I thought he was going to be an Auror. Damn. Harry Potter never ended the way we thought it would.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities.
So that's not a possibility then.
You can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it, so my idea is unsubstantiated.
So your idea is wrong.
Yeah.
That's
unsubstantiated is a fancy word for saying I can't prove it. I'm probably wrong.
Hey, he pronounced it correctly.
I took a holistic way and looking at the problem, and the problem came back to me and said, "Nah, can't do it, bro."
I'm taking away the free space and I'm adding holistic.
Nice. I took a holistic approach.
Computer says no.
Is it fair to say you have some doubts about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable?
Yes.
Under the circumstances?
Yes.
Holistic.
Your Honor, that
Right on.
is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Oh,
No, not
yeah.
him
Let's
again.
get this ship back on the road. Lefty's always been an ace.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's morning.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Not the
Would it be
data.
inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case? Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process?
This is how you're going to re-establish your witness, to try and clean your own ass of tampering with the witness's testimony.
The problem is it isn't even help
It's not
to
that
clean him up.
important.
Well, no, but he is not a scientist, because if he agreed with data, his bullshit testing would not be so stupid. But he is not a scientist because he didn't have a curious mind about anything.
And again, if he was a data-driven expert, wouldn't he have said, Lally, because this is from the first trial, I need the hashtags, as Brennan calls them. Right now, he's just saying, yeah, just send me whatever you want. I'll plot it into something. Maybe I can find out what it is.
By offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate...
He's not a scientist.
Is that relevant to you?
No.
The
He's
data
a
is
scientist
the data?
like
The
Bill
data is the
Nye.
data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
Now I move to introduce Mr. Whitman's entire report.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Interesting. I wonder why it is that I wonder if the entire report was already in evidence.
Well, it's not. And why didn't he introduce it yesterday when he was questioning him? And if he knew there was bad play, picture this, Mo. You know you have some really shady stuff that actually puts John in the house. So you make sure you mention it and then disprove it before the defense comes up there very coldly, very meticulously puts tons of reasonable doubt in the mind of the jury. Or you just get your expert to say, well, I think could be, I don't know, who, if any. And then you go up there and yell, did I ever tell you to say something? No, but you didn't prepare the jury that there was certain elements in there that could prove something else. Because there are elements, and you never ever mentioned that there are other programs that didn't go back and say there's a bug in the system, so 227 never happened. There's 4 other experts who found the 227, who will testify 227 exists. Why didn't you already preemptively strike that by? Because it doesn't matter that you have to eat a little bit of shit if it just is in a very big salad that tastes okay. Because the jury will then just focus on the shit if you don't put it in there. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would say object to calling him a scientist.
Okay. Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought.
Of course it would, you idiot, because it lowers the temperature of the battery. What you didn't do was do a replicable test, so it's not worth anything as an experiment.
So your test was to see if the sensor was affected by outside ambient temperature.
Yeah.
Again, so all he is doing is phone got cold. He is outside. Phone got cold outside. You are not even Bill Nye levels of stupid.
Back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern, and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone,
because you didn't use the same degrees.
Did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
Yes.
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer, and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022, in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you follow the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your
You can't look at something independently and holistically. It's a contradiction.
No.
No one's actually given an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining it.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder.
See, he just wants the sound bites. He doesn't follow up. He doesn't change it when she says objection to form. He'll just move on because he know this is just sound bites. I need to try and punch this into the face of the jury. This is exactly why he shouldn't be a prosecutor, why he should be a defense lawyer, because this is the tricks you can do with the defense. Alan Jackson did it a lot last year when he kept talking when they said objection, just so the jury heard what he was saying. But you're the prosecutor.
Environment like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, The battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
Sorry.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
Oh, he doesn't do real numbers, so he doesn't get
He doesn't
what
do
time
military time.
Did he just get the time wrong?
Yes, he did.
What did he? Oh my God, Brennan.
He thinks it's 12:43.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January.
So 12:20:43. I don't know where he gets the 12. For those of you who don't live in the real world, 20:43:00 means 8:43 p.m. Because 12:20:43 would be here.
Yeah,
between
with the
these
zeros.
two.
Well, it'd be down further, actually, but yeah.
No, it will be between 12:13 and 12:23.
12:43?
12:20:43. He thought that
20:43. Yeah.
he I don't know if he thinks that the 00 is moved ahead.
He's just
oh my
an
god,
idiot,
he's such
Baker.
an idiot.
He's an idiot.
Oh my god, he's such a stupid guy.
Maybe that's why they're paying this guy, just because he's stupid and he doesn't know that he's fighting a losing case.
Why don't scientists trust Adams? Because they make up everything.
That's funny. And I would like to point out while I was doing things that Brennan asked the question, so the science is the science. And I hope he maintains that same energy for ARCA. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
No. That's
And again, this guy
impossible.
isn't a scientist. This guy has no scientific background. He writes a blog and is customer service.
January 28, 2023. The battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
Sorry.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Oh, he is an idiot. He's an
He
absolute
was just
idiot.
told that it's 8:43. Oh my god, he's so dumb.
He has no idea how to tell military time.
Oh, bless his heart. I know this, and I am bad with numerology.
You got your guy to do it in Celsius and meters to make it look worse because no one on the jury understands Celsius and meters. And now you don't understand military time. It's really basic. You just subtract 12 if you can't do it. It's
yeah.
He's so dumb. He's getting paid $300,000 taxpayer dollars. Just if anyone didn't know it, $300,000 for this.
You know, Lally's like, hey, jerk faces, I wasn't that bad, was I?
Jesus. Everyone except America right now is sitting there thinking, are they really that dumb? Normally, we think of Americans as a little bit thick, and we might joke about you. And he can't even, he's a lawyer. And I know they don't do math, but he has asked about military time in 45 cases the last 2 years alone. Because that's what all police write their time in. And he doesn't. He's going to go up there and do a big gotcha, and then he gets it fucking wrong. How stupid is this guy?
Even Bev's like, oh, God. Oh, God.
Mr. Whitman, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature,
Yeah, you picked the
82
numbers.
degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
The form sustained.
And at 12:22, on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting.
Remember when Hank
Mr.
yelled
Science?
yesterday about, we don't believe, is it your testimony or not? As we say in Denmark, if you want to believe, go to church. We know when we're in court.
Is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
How can you know that? You
the
moron.
phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
that is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
Well, then he has to do better.
In your PowerPoint
Yeah, quit
presentation,
covering
you
it for
are
him.
tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from
Okay,
Apple's,
Baker, can you pause it? Okay, so if I understand, the actual phone is the one getting the location data, and then it gives
Yes.
it out to Waze. Why the
Waze
hell
is
does
just
Brennan
a
not
program
understand
that
this?
runs on the phone.
If I can
Waze
do that
need
in a day
to,
and a half, why can't
It-
this man?
because he's an idiot. He can't figure it out. My phone, I can install Waze, Google Maps, I don't know, GPS
Yahoo
track,
Map still a thing?
Tinder, whatever I want. All of these the locations will use my GPS and Wi-Fi signals is what they'll base it on to try and say you are here. It doesn't matter if I have my Tinder location open or my Waze location open or my Google Maps. It's the same phone that does the same calculation. It's just they don't build in a GPS system into your phone when you download an app. It'll just use what's already on the phone. It's not magic.
This is the part that I don't understand about this. So if I'm tracking on all of this information, which I think I am, why would they purposely use the Waze app for location data rather than the actual GPS data?
Because
I
the
would
Waze
think that-
app is following a map because they asked for a location to go through. So
right.
Waze will then, as I said before, I did a wonderful illustration because I'll do two simple demonstrations here, and Totally Russian Bot will then tell me I'm wrong, but
it seems to
I'm gonna do this for 5-year-olds. So everyone, this is your Waze app. This is your non-Waze app. This is just your GPS. Your GPS picks up a signal that puts you here, 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 here. So if you go by this route, you have been driving like this.
Right.
Waze will go in and say, hey, I can overlay the local
I know there's a
map
road
in
there.
your area. So even though you are here, it'll say, you're most likely on the road because you're going in this direction. We can tell you're moving in a car and you're going to this location. Then we have the other one. Oh, that's the same place. We'll move this over here. We'll move this over here, and we'll move this over here. And then you have a nice route that says you drove there. And it'll say, well, it's accurate within 5 meters. So see how good it looks? This is the exact same GPS coordinate, but this one will just snap it to a grid.
So my question then is, why are they using a GPS locator that clearly isn't giving the actual GPS coordinates? Why
because
are they?
It makes a really, really good linear.
Sure, but it's not accurate.
If you show this one, people will think, "What the hell is that?" That doesn't make sense because then you also have to add in and say, "Well, this one could be this accurate. This one could be this accurate. This one could be this accurate. This one could be this accurate." Because remember, GPS readings is always depending on signal. Waze, because it'll track you on a grid will be accurate because it'll say, okay, you were here at one point, you were here at another point, you're here at another point. We will say you were here the entire time. That's why at one of the points we can see there's a side road. This is the side road here.
So if we're using this information to plot a suspect or a victim in a murder trial, why are we not using the actual data? Why are we using the Waze interpretation of the data?
Because you would then have to go back and try and make sense of it. You can use the Waze data. It's the same GPS. It'll just overlay it on a map. That's why if you go out and go look for someone in a wood, you would see a different, because Waze can't go in a wood because it can't snap to a grid in a wood.
It seems misleading intentionally.
For daily use, it's accurate. You really don't want to use raw values because your position will go all over the place every 100 meters when a new measurement is done. It's smoothed out, for example. Yeah, so the only thing you get with Waze is you will get every 100 meters, let's just go by that, you get a measurement that's locked into the grid because without looking at the, it looks at the GPS, but looking at the GPS, it'll then snap it into the grid system. So you get, and it's not wrong. You have been past this point, that point, and this point. But it could have been this point on the GPS would be here. This one would be, well, it would be the same place. Every 100 meter, it would be here, here, here. But this is going through a building, so that couldn't have been there. So for ease of access, you'll just have Waze point a line on a map. Because you would do the same if you went back and did the GPS locations, then you would go back, kind of like when you plotted back when you were a Boy Scout, you had to follow a route. You would follow either a line on the map.
That's not, I understand all that, right? But the point that I'm trying to make is it's not a fair and accurate representation of where they actually were at the time.
No, but it would be, do you know the amount of data points you would have? You would have, because you would then have the phone trying to catch the GPS, the phone trying to catch Wi-Fi. So you would have a road they are traveling that would look.
Isn't this essentially like pinching and zooming, though? Right?
No.
Like, isn't this just
no?
pixelated?
This is
an interpretation
again
of some app.
It is, but it's been verified to being accurate. Pinching and zooming is adding stuff. This one is just putting in. This is what you would have without Waze, because Waze and it has been deemed to be accurate, so you can use it, or else the defense would have argued against it. It just does this because it takes into consideration you're going in that direction. There's a road there. It'll put you there. You have the momentum of this. It's just to make it more discernible.
Was there a
but you
reason
could
they
go in.
picked Waze instead of like Google Maps or
It's because he
or
uses
Life
Waze.
360? Okay, I guess that was my question. I didn't know if maybe like Waze has been found to be, EPT positive pregnancy, just fully accurate.
I think if you ask one of the experts, I have no expertise in this area, but Russian bot will tell you that it's kind of like silicone enhancements. It's kind of the same, but maybe the nipple is just put a little bit different.
MLS, you're watching. Would the
no? He's watching another trial with Nick right
he's
now.
In my chat. He's in my chat. Oh, is he on?
He
stream?
just said he was watching another trial on X. Come on now.
He's in my chat. He's the last comment in my chat.
Well, he doesn't. Yeah. Waze is one of many tools, but it's again, I use Google Maps because I'm on a Superior phone. I'm on Android, so there I have Google Maps built into that. They would have taken my Google Maps data, and it would have looked the same because Google Map would have put me on the road, even though I probably, if you looked at the raw data, had me inside a building. But Waze does the thing where it says you have your movement. That's why when Waze disconnects, because it thinks, okay, you're sitting still now, you are at this point. Waze will own that. It's just an overlay you have on your GPS to make it readable. Because Valhalla, you have seen a real GPS reader. It's just numbers.
Yeah.
And you could show all of those GPS locations, longitude and latitude. Actually, in Cellbrite, it will show you that, so you can go and punch it in, and you'll find out, oh, this is here, this is there. You can go and look at all of those, but for the ease of understanding, and it's a tool like Cellbrite is also a tool because you could just get all the ones and zeros. You wouldn't understand anything of that either. So it's just to visualize where he's moving, and that's why you can only use it while he's driving.
And Location Services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in the car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Changes to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that he was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
Remember, he said they arrived at Fairview 34 and then slowly moved up. He's moving at 11 miles per hour. That's not slowly moving up.
Also, doesn't it take Waze a couple of seconds to realize you've stopped?
It could also be that you are actually here and Waze is just having a bad signal. Because it's not accurate to where on the road you are 100%. That's why if you go and you get an alarm, is there a broken down car in the right side of the road? Sometimes you'll get it before you pass the car, other times you'll get it after you pass the car, because it has to do with your connectivity. But if he's going 11 miles per hour when he's outside of the front door of Fairview 34, Fairview 34 is this house. He's going 11 miles per hour outside the front door. He won't stop here. She would then have to emergency brake to stop here. 11 miles per hour isn't slow.
No.
How fast can you go in a school zone?
30.
20.
20, somewhere in there. 30 is residential, 20 is 20 or 25 usually for school zones.
So half that speed, they going past the house, but they're slowly creeping up.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report, just to recall.
And remember, there's other apps on the phone that shows he goes to the house.
57?
In direction of the house, not...
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time?
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone?
Okay, so 12:32:16 from 12:31:57, and now, if I'm catching all of this correctly, that is when the state believes that she hit him and he moved.
Yeah, and later they will bring in a crash expert that says she hit him a minute before that.
Okay, so my question is, at 12:32:16, can she get back to John's house in enough time?
No. That's 4 minutes. That's 4 minutes before she logs onto a Wi-Fi at a house that in perfect condition. Remember, they use the ways to get there because they don't know where they are. But she then drives at a 6 minute per Google, 6 to 7 minutes actually, drive home to a house from a place she'd never been before in record time.
Phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps.
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving. Do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37.
It was mentioned this morning by Bev that it
that
was to be
battery in that cell
disregarded.
phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving. What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Jesus, he knows he can't give him the answers he wants.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved?
And
Since 12:32:16.
No more steps were recorded.
It's health data, dingus.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in
He
a
didn't
freezer.
mention it.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a
Then
hypothetical.
your testing is
If a
irrelevant.
person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There's no way he could answer that.
No.
No way.
When you put
He's
the phone in
not
the
a
freezer, did you
science.
wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
So you didn't replicate anything. You just chucked a phone in a freezer.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m.,
There wasn't a blizzard outside when John died. Fucking liar.
is there a change in the battery temperature of Don O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did you have?
You
did
may
anybody share
have
information with
heard.
you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do
You have
know
a
if that
weatherman
phone
for this.
at
Why are you asking him?
6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment, like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
But your data shows at 6:35, there's an increase in temperature.
Correct.
Doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is. That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37
please,
degrees,
Baker.
and you just
So we've just proved that most step data is algorithmic and therefore not, factual. So it's not accurate. Is that what I've just heard? That the phone can't figure out if people pacing back and forth and shaking people is actually a step there, but we are now hinging that he was thrown by a
There's
car.
no way to say it. There's no way to really say it. Do you know what that means? That's reasonable doubt.
That is reasonable doubt.
Their own expert.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm tracking on what we were tracking on, because this is ticking me off. Because yesterday I honestly felt like I was the dumbest person in humanity.
You just had the state witness admit all of what I've said. I have no way to be sure.
Yeah.
All of this should instantly make Bev stand up and say, fuck it, we're going home. You don't have a case, you idiot. All the technical evidence this guy provides to prove John O'Keefe was dead is at best guesswork. Later, we will have a guy who will come in and guess that a 6-degree turn on the steering wheel and a slight deceleration on the car's black box means she was hit by a car. This proven by this guy because he has to take 25 meters of walking around in a circle, checking his phone and finding out, oh, fuck, I'm dead. Put his phone behind him and fall back and hit his head.
But then he locked
stupid.
it.
Yeah, he locked it, put it behind him and fell and hit his head and died.
Yeah.
Offered us that by 6:35 over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't know.
Hello, do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14.
Correct.
And that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14 was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now you shared with us location data and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I'd ask you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. When I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on...
Boom. Reasonable doubt.
That's it.
I can't say with a reasonable... He just said there's reasonable doubt of the evidence. I have spent 2 days to provide. Baker ran Swearjar Fund Starter. Thank you, Pottletown.
The randomness of the location data.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
Now we can turn it off.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being in the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
there's also information because of the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is
Like in the
consistent.
house.
It is.
Yeah,
You
in
didn't
the
just rely
house.
on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I didn't know.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree,
It's
of
so
scientific
fucking
certainty
leading
that
all the
that
time.
phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Sustained.
At
Get a sidebar and
12:31:56
get
and
him
12:32:16,
admonished.
Does the data
She
show
would
that
never.
was the time that the phone was moving?
She would never.
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56, 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps. If, no,
That's
please.
not what he said.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
No, because that's not what he ever said.
I would presume so.
Are you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes,
Leslie?
Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
Brennan is terrible at this.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
Not yet, Teresa.
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
I
phone
don't
call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared. It's
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
He keeps yammering on.
This is
What
now
is it?
marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion?
No, the feds haven't had a chat with anyone. Don't think anything has anything to do with the feds. This expert is just not smart enough to handle a lessee.
Know that?
Up the top part.
The feds isn't here. If the
first
feds
4 or
have been
5
here, there
Thank
wouldn't
you.
have been a court date
And we
today.
need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please.
The witness isn't smart enough to handle a lessee, and Brennan's not smart enough to handle the witness.
Yeah.
All right, that's better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's
No.
an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Strike, I'll strike that.
Now,
At this point, she should admonish Brennan and say, "You have now been doing this 25 fucking times. Shut up. You are constantly leading, and this shouldn't be allowed."
She'll never admonish him.
Yeah.
There is not a call. Well, let me ask you the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones,
Baker,
do you sometimes get to
can
actually
we-
see the phone?
let's see if I can get this into my big whiteboard. La 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 la. All right, so let me see if I'm understanding this completely correctly.
Move it a little lefty, right to the right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You
I can
do
see
that.
my
Oh, there you go.
candy.
Nice.
All right, so this is the house. This is the flagpole. This is the big ass circle that this English douche has been talking about. So technically, John can be anywhere within this circle, correctly? Am I
Correct.
correct about this?
Correct.
So why does this douche keep saying the flagpole? Other than
Because
being
he
a
wants
douche?
people to believe that it was the flagpole and not the house.
Okay, I'm just
It's all
making
it's
sure
all gaslighting and misdirection. Everything so
I'm
far.
not mathologically correct all the time, so I wanted to make sure
no,
I
but
was getting.
But then
Math.
do the thing that Brennan really doesn't want to do. Try and do a 25 step on the spot to keep him at the flagpole, which makes absolutely no sense, because that's the thing. If you go by the stop below the, I'm pointing on my screen, the lowest cross you have.
Here?
No, the
X,
lowest
the
cross
lowest X.
you have.
Oh,
The X, sorry. Then go out on the road. No. Just remove that
South.
line.
South, Mo, south.
Yeah. You have the
South
curve
is-
the curve is the black line running across.
towards the flagpole or away from the flagpole. Y'all know this is not my jam.
Yeah.
Reverse Pictionary. Let's go.
Yeah. Then
So this way?
take and then make it all the way around that in every direction. That's how far 25 meters he could have gone. 25 meters is nowhere close to this, but he could have gone anywhere in that direction, and 25 meters would have been him being able to go from the flagpole to the house as well. But he wants you to believe that he did 25 meters tap dancing.
How far away is it to the side basement entrance?
Not that
Well,
far.
the gate's right there, and the gate's probably 15, 20 feet away at the most, right? Maybe
Yeah.
less.
Yeah.
And then,
It's not a
I'm
big
not
yard.
entirely sure.
But he wants you to believe that John O'Keefe tap dances for 25 meters there.
He jogs
25
in
meters gives it doesn't make sense, because he has to be at that cross or that X. That's where he's found.
Yeah. So
if he gets out, if you take your pointing finger there and put your finger there and say that's where he's hit, or somewhere in that area down by the curb, and he flies up there, but he's also dancing around in a circle.
could that
ends
be
up
them
in the
catching the
exact same spot.
pirouette?
No,
It was
because
just a
the
rotational.
phone won't swing your phone around in the air and see if it'll pick up a step. It won't.
And no, Mr. Mo has already explained that I cannot crack another screen doing science.
If he's doing the pirouette in the air, you would have an explosion of movement. The
True.
phone registers on different parameters. There would be a big explosion, and the phone would most likely, if it has that update that we talked about yesterday about the fall thing, say, should I call 911? I think you had a fall, because there would be so much acceleration in the body. And that's the thing they can't, because this will be the weirdest pedestrian strike ever, because he's slammed so hard that he flies on the ground and is instantly incapacitated. But he's also slammed so softly that none of the sensors on the phone registers he's hit by a car. The car doesn't register that the car hits anything. And he then checks his phone and lies down and dies.
After walking 25 steps.
After walking 25 meters.
Meters, there you go.
Yeah, and
He supposedly gets hit by a car that doesn't break a single bone in his body, but destroys the back of his head, right? And then he gets his phone out, checks it, walks around for 25 meters, ends up in the exact same spot that they're saying that he got hit and laid down, put his phone on the ground, and then laid on top of it and perished.
Yeah.
That's the state's story.
Extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Yes, Your Honor.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed in.
No, the bubble will stay the bubble, but the bubble was wide enough that it covers the house, because the bubble isn't the health data, and the health data isn't the health care data.
Yes,
If
for
this
love of
idiot
Geo.
could stop saying that. It's not a hospital.
Side a PDF which is not signed.
HIPAA would
And is
be an
that common and
issue.
typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I can see.
Now, you don't just read
Not that he
software
could see.
programs and spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars.
You have not written multiple papers for people to study then. Stop
Why are
making
we
your
going-
fucking blog into scientific papers, because scientific papers have a different standard that you need to be able to replicate the findings in your, and you can't replicate anything that you have written a report on. I hate this guy.
Also, why are we going back over his credentials on redirect?
Because he's really bad at his job.
God,
Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay.
Some
Is it
of my
sufficient to
blog
simply look at
posts
a
are
report
peer
that is
reviewed
generated
too.
by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is now.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Yeah, sorry.
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data,
He can't determine because he doesn't have the data. If it hasn't got the hash value, it's not the data, it's a copy of the data.
aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How do
what?
you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination. There was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die encode. you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is deferred.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
So can you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of? Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since
That
then,
wasn't
as in
the
your
question.
world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research I did.
That's hearsay.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were
That's
asked
also
questions
not
on the
true.
law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used.
No, because she found 227, and then after they said, "You please don't find that," she changed her report.
As a forensic
Well,
tool,
he was asked on cross about the other company.
Did you go into
Yeah.
your company's
He knows
software
that there's
and
other
change
people
it
that
to
disagree
accommodate
with
law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is
He
easily
can't do
validated
it.
by
He
any
can't
examiner.
code.
And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of the case,
But you don't have the artifact in its root form because you don't have the hash value. So someone else, Trooper Garino, could have changed the artifact, you idiot.
it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp,
Because
of
Cellbrite's
the
such a
Safari,
better
search.
organization than Arca.
Was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the forensic research group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is deferred.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom artifact reference guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results from the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
She's really sustaining a lot.
That's because he's so far over the line.
Yeah.
Well,
And again, this is recross. Why is he allowed to
Sir, when
re-examine
you
him?
came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellbrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, it's a tool I've been writing for.
Why is he allowed to re-examine him? He hasn't testified to this. He hasn't been asked about this. Why is he allowed to open up a complete new line of inquiry on redirect? Shouldn't it be only to combat what the defense said?
So I guess
Also, I don't want to hear about his tool.
No, thank you.
They did ask him about Axiom, so I guess that
Yeah, but
kind of
not
opened
his
the door
tool.
for that.
No one want to know about his tool. Again,
it's also
it's a
another tool
program
they
he
use.
writes that tens of people have downloaded.
So it's about 6 years now.
Fives of people.
Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available.
Oh, so let's bring in a hobby project that no one have verified.
To other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches, that in your opinion was 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
So now we're going to get a demonstration. Why didn't you do that on direct?
He did this last year, didn't he?
Yeah, but he did it on direct. He didn't just.
Please take our lunch and recess, 45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whitman, I'm going to ask you to remain in the report, but the rest of it is recess.
So
Been quite a morning, a feisty morning there in the courtroom. House
long to die in the cold. 45 minutes, and that was roughly 15 minutes ago. So half an hour. This is gonna, and now he's gonna sit there and do the same thing he did last year that no one understood anything of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if any freedom pellets can I obtain during the lunch break and make this go away?
I do not know, Baker.
No, he didn't. He rode around in a car and texted people, and then he found out it works.
Did Turtle Boy have any reason or any idea about why they weren't allowed to go into the testing he did for the flights of stairs?
I don't know. Turtle Boy would have any special knowledge about it, but it's probably
I was
because
thinking
it's
lawyer person.
Yeah, but I would tell you that it's probably because it hasn't been disclosed to either the Commonwealth or the defense. So there's no way to he never disclosed it to anyone. So that would actually be trial by ambush on the Commonwealth by their own witness. Unless he made this way more digestible than AJ, in my opinion. Yes, I think he was a great get because AJ has the same thing like Brennan, just not as obnoxious, where he attacks witnesses. Alessi is just letting him dig his own grave. I know a lot of people love the flashiness and gotcha, but you don't need gotchas with this guy. You need this guy to bury 5 other people down the line, especially the next witness, which should potentially be Jen McCabe.
I hope so.
So
It does make me wonder if we get to Jen McCabe, if Brennan's going to do a very long opening so that, again, whoever is doing cross has until tomorrow. I don't think he wants to leave on cross. So I think he is going to tailor his direct.
He's not going to be done with her today. He's going to start with her again tomorrow. Why did Beb put up a shower curtain? To take out, it's kind of like Mo, to remove daylight, because they have a lot of light coming in there and making it hard for the jury to see the screen with the evidence on it.
And I'm a day walker.
Yeah. But I'm going to jump out of here, go get some dinner, and we'll be back in roughly half an hour-ish.
Yes.
Hopefully, you will all join us on break. Go show some love to Mo and Valhalla. They don't look like it, but they are good people.
We try-ish.
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?